of questions, and you've been shown text messages between you and various members of the district attorney's office. Is that true?
Yes.
And you recognize some of those text messages that you were shown, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I'm going to draw your attention to just a couple of them and ask you about those text messages and your testimony, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to start. Ms. Knight, if you'd be kind enough to put up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35AAB, Alpha Alpha Bravo.
It's not on PowerPoint, but you have it in your hand. So you
All right, tell you what, may I approach the witness, Judge?
You may, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm going to show you their exhibit, right? 35 Alpha Alpha Bravo. And with the court's permission, if I can stand next to the witness and draw her attention to.
Yes, sir, you may.
All right, these are the text messages that you were shown earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, would you agree that these are the text messages that purport to be between you and Madam Prosecutor, Ms. Love?
Yes.
Okay, and your attention was drawn earlier to one text message in particular, which was dated November 26th of 2023. You remember that?
Yes.
All right, that was the day when, back in November, a number of months ago, when Ms. Love contacted you and indicated that she wanted to talk to you about this 2013 supposed incident, right?
Yes.
All right, and you remember, of course, that throughout November, from November 26th to about the end of the year, there were a few text messages between you and Ms. Love.
Yes.
All right, you responded to a couple of them, isn't that true?
Yes.
That's right, I don't need. Now, there was a text message in particular somewhere around New Year's. You remember that? Remember this one? Where it says, "Hi and Happy New Year." That message came from Ms. Love.
Yes.
Talked about hoping you and your boys are having a wonderful day.
Yes.
Talked about, and Ms. Love at that time went on to talk to you about how you were a, quote, wonderful mom to those three boys in case no one else tells you that this year. Remember when she was talking to you in that fashion?
Yes.
Okay, and you remember her telling you those things as she was talking to you about being a witness for the state in this case, right?
Yes.
That was about January, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you remember that there was a text message right around the same time, around New Year's, where Ms. Love talked to you about wanting to talk to you sometime this week and that she could come by to you. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Remember there was a conversation about her having some peas and leftover greens from New Year's and all that. She was talking to you about, about coming by and talking to you and being friendly with you and that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember Ms. Love telling you that she wanted to talk to you about questions she anticipated the defense would ask you, would try to get out of you, how you should view those questions. You remember that being said in those text messages?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, in those text messages, she kept telling you that she wanted to make it comfortable for you, right?
Yes.
She told you that, didn't she?
Yes.
In fact, she said that she wanted to talk to you. She would make it really brief. She wanted the jury, or I want the jury to see the person I met the other day. She's a wonderful person, and I need them to know it. You remember when she was talking to you like that?
Yes.
Okay. And after a while, those conversations and the temperature of those conversations changed, didn't they?
Yes.
And let's see, that last message that we just talked about where she wanted the jury to see the person she met and what a wonderful person you were, that was about somewhere in early January, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, soon after that, and we are in April the 8th, isn't that right? That's today's date, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is it fair to say that soon after January, you weren't having a whole lot more conversations with the assistant district attorney, Ms. Love?
Yes.
You kind of stopped responding to a lot of her text messages, isn't that right?
Yes. And she kind of like stopped texting for a while.
You were at some point beginning to feel as though you were being harassed by the district attorney's office.
Yes.
In fact, in conversations with whether it was an assistant district attorney or an investigator, they would ask you questions about 2013, right?
Yes.
You would continuously tell them, look, I don't remember, or I don't know, I don't have nothing to say about that. Is that true?
Yes.
Nonetheless, they kept asking you questions and telling you that they wanted you to come in and testify, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that most of their questions, everything that was asked about you, was geared towards what you could say about Jeffrey Williams?
Can you repeat it?
Is that what they were asking? Were they trying to see what it is they could get you to say about Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
With Ms. Knight's assistance, actually, never mind. Approach the witness again, Judge?
You may, sir.
Thank you. Stage 33, Alpha Alpha. Let's see. In addition to Ms. Love, you were also talking to other investigators in the office, correct?
Yes.
Talked to Investigator Long, right?
Yes.
And talked to Investigator Hamilton.
Yes.
Get to Hamilton in a while, but there was a conversation that you had with an investigator somewhere around February, right? So now we're jumping from January when you're talking to Ms. Love to February where you're talking to an investigator. And at some point you sent a text message, right? Where you said, okay, I'm about to get a lawyer now because I keep telling y'all I don't have shit to say and y'all keep harassing me and my family, but I'll be there at 9:30. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so we move from November, and you're talking to the DA's office, right?
Yes.
And by the time February rolls around, right, about 2 months ago, you're still telling them, listen, I don't have anything to say, I don't have any information for you. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Investigator Hamilton. At some point, you start having some conversations with Investigator Hamilton. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 34 Alpha Alpha, please. Ms. Knight would be kind enough to go ahead and put that up on the stand for me, on the screen for me, please. Now, whether you knew him as a investigator or an attorney, what you knew for a fact was that Hamilton worked with the DA's office. True?
Yes. I thought he was a attorney. I wasn't sure what he was.
Okay, but I mean, certainly you knew that he was calling you and asking you questions and interacting with you on behalf of the district attorney's office. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And there were times where you would have conversations with him by phone, right?
Yes.
And I mean, actually talking on the phone, correct?
Yes.
There were times when there'd be text messages exchanged, correct?
Yes.
And in regards to your testimony, your testifying, right? Would you agree that your manner of testifying, the way you feel about testifying has something to do with the way the district attorney's office dealt with you?
Objection, Dave.
I stand a question. You can rephrase, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, certainly you had conversations with Hamilton, right?
Yes.
Now, is it fair to say that although we saw these some, and we'll talk about them in a bit, some text messages that were put up on the screen, right? They don't capture all of the interactions between you and Hamilton, right?
No.
Now, were you imagining it when you said that you thought that Investigator Hamilton was acting like he wanted to date you?
Objection, Your Honor, in the form of a question.
I sustain the question. You can rephrase, sir.
Yes, sir. Let me pause on Hamilton for a second. I want to go back and ask you something about Ms. Love and your conversations with her. You remember that you were asked questions about whether or not you were comfortable talking about this incident. Ms. Love, you remember those questions?
Yes,
You remember that you said she made you uncomfortable, correct?
yes,
She made you feel in your conversations with her like you wanted to harm yourself, true?
yes,
Now, do you remember testifying that at some point there was some conversation you had with her about her, quote, getting you some counseling or getting you some help or something like that?
yes,
Did you ever perceive that the counseling that you thought she was referring to was her locking you up to bring you here to testify? Did you ever think that was going to happen?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the
No.
form of the question.
I sustain the question.
They did lock you up though, didn't they?
yes,
So that you could come in here and testify, right?
yes,
Even though you told them, look, I don't have anything to say, I don't remember anything about this, right?
yes,
And answer.
I sustain the question.
Now, back to Hamilton. So you would agree with me that you were talking to this Mr. Hamilton about the same time that you were sending those text messages going back and forth that we saw in early February. Is that about right?
yes,
Okay. So I want you to do me a favor. Look to your left, right? And I'll reference the screen up top. Now you recognize these as text messages between you and this investigator Hamilton, right?
yes,
Now, in that first text message where he says GM, now GM is good morning, right?
yes,
Good morning, mama. Hope you slept well. Now, is that generally how he would communicate with you, how he would address you?
Objection, page.
I sustain the question.
Did he address you as mama on more than one occasion?
yes,
And if we can go down a bit to the bottom of that page. All right. So on Wednesday, February the 7th, at about 5:48 p.m., he sent you a text message, this investigator for the DA's office, saying, call me one more time, then I'm out your here for the night. You remember that?
yes,
Now, how about the next one? That same night, Wednesday, February 7th, 6:45 p.m., where he says, hit me up if you're bored later. We're not going to talk shop. Remember that text message?
yes,
Did you talk to him later on?
yes,
Did y'all talk shop?
yes.
What do you want to talk about?
Going out,
Going out? Going out as in walking out the door or going out on a date?
a date,
And this is February 7th of 2024, this year, when the investigator for the DA's office is supposed to be talking to you about a case, but in fact is calling you, talking to you about going out on a date. Is that true?
yes,
Did the fact that this employee of the district attorney's office was trying to date you come into your mind as you're thinking about whether you have to come in here and testify or not?
yes,
were shown earlier one of the exhibits, text messages between you and Mr. Hamilton. And just to be clear, I asked you a little bit earlier about how many times it is that in these conversations with you, he referred to you as mama. Let's see. Tuesday, February 6th, send you a text message, mama, thank you. With a fist, a little fist sign, right?
Yeah.
Sunday, February the 11th, sent you a text message early in the morning. Talking about, good morning, hope you slept well, mama. Remember that?
Yes.
You testified last week about the fact that you were having to come meet with the DA's office and that led to you losing your job. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, when Investigator Hamilton told you, don't worry about that, I can help you get another job, was that in a text message or was that a phone conversation that you had with him?
Both.
Now, as we move forward into March, right, there was that period of time where you were supposed to come in and testify. Is that right?
I think so. Yes.
And you were in communication with Investigator Hamilton. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you remember last week when you were being questioned by the state? The state was asking questions about whether you were telling them you didn't want to come in and testify. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember the prosecutor asking you whether or not you said to someone or you texted someone, tell the judge to kiss my ass?
But I ain't say that.
Right, but you remember
He said it
asking that, right?
yeah. Yes.
All right, you did not say that, did you?
No, it said what I said. I told the judge to call me, not kiss my ass.
So the text message that's dated Tuesday, March 26, 8:06 p.m. that you were asked about earlier and that was put up on the screen, where it says, well, I was in an accident, I'm just now leaving the hospital. Like I said, I don't give a fuck if they lock me up. What that gonna do? Shit, so can you get the judge to call me? Those your words?
Yes.
Because they're about to see some more of their attorneys be on the news or in jail too for sexual harassment. Please do. That's your text message, right?
Yes.
That is verbatim your text message, right?
Yes.
So when you were asked last week, or when it was suggested that you said, tell the judge to kiss my ass, that is not what you said, is it?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, as to the form of the question. The question was
I
when
stand-
suggested.
I'll stand the question. You can rephrase, sir.
Yes, sir. You asked the judge to call you, or you asked the investigator to have the judge call you. Is that true?
Yes.
You did not say, tell the judge he can kiss my ass. True?
You had it right there, sir. I did not tell the judge to kiss my ass. I wouldn't have no reason to tell the judge that. I just wanted him to call me.
You were the video that was shown a little while ago. You remember that video, right? You were in that video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think you were asked earlier if you know when that video was.
I don't.
It was certainly before 2015, right?
Yes.
If I were to say that was in 2012, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I wouldn't be sure.
Okay. At any of the times when you met with and spoke with anyone from the DA's office in regards to coming in here and testify? Were you ever shown that video and said, hey, we're gonna show you this video so you can help enlighten the jury about this RICO case? Anybody ever show you the video and ask you that?
No,
Is there anything in any of that video, anything, that has anything whatsoever to do with the 2013 incident you've been asked questions about?
no,
Is there anything about you wearing red, throwing up whatever kind of signs, or whomever it is you're with in that video that tells us anything about what happened in 2013?
No.
I stand the question.
So we ask the witness's answer be stricken.
Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the witness's answer. And Ms. Benny, if there's an objection, stop talking,
oh, okay.
okay, immediately, and let me rule upon that before you complete, okay? All right, thank you.
Did was the first time that you saw that video when it was played here in court?
Yes,
First time you were asked any questions about it when it was played here in court?
yes,
Did Mr. Hamilton ever show you any videos or any photographs at any time that he met with you?
no,
Did he, Mr. Hamilton, or anybody else ever ask you any questions about gang or gang affiliation or anything like that when they met with you?
no,
Why exactly? You asked a couple questions earlier, and I want to just jump back to this for a quick second about your meeting with Mr. Hamilton and I think Mr. Atkins. You remember being asked those questions a little while ago?
yes.
Okay. Why exactly were you reluctant to meet with folks from the DA's office? Were you?
Objection as an answer.
Sustained.
All right. Back to 2013. Back in 2013, is it your testimony that you do not recall the incident that you've been asked about from 2013?
Objection as an answer.
Sustained.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Madam, remember, if there's an objection, stop talking.
Okay.
Jury, to disregard the witness's last answer.
When you were being questioned last week by Ms. Love, and you said that the DA lied, what were you referring to?
I don't know.
Have you, 2013, since 2013, let's see, 2013, then in 2015, you went into custody, is that right?
Yes,
You were in custody for a couple years?
yes.
You came out when?
May 2017.
One more time?
May 2017.
2017?
Yes,
You've not been back in since that period of time, right?
yes.
The first time that you had a conversation or asked any questions about this 2013 thing was when?
I think last year.
Last year, 2023?
Yes,
Are you aware that this 2013 thing that they've been talking about is not even part of this indictment?
objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
You know whether your name is in the indictment anywhere?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustain the objection.
And this video, right, that you saw a little earlier. Remember you asked a couple questions about sex, money, murder?
Yes.
Sex, money, murder have anything to do with this incident we're talking about from 2013?
No.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
When you were told you had to come in here and testify, you were assured by the state that your face wouldn't be shown, right?
No.
Was that your face that was shown in the video that they played a little earlier?
Yes.
That's all I've got.
Any other examination, counsels? All right, anything further? State?
Yes.
No?
I'm sorry.
Is there anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, regarding the questions asked by Mr. Adams, probably about 4 more questions.
All right, let's see.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Bennett, you were asked by Mr. Adams about State's Exhibit 34 Alpha Alpha. And you were asked specifically about the text message on February the 7th of 2024 at 6:45 p.m. State's Exhibit 34 Alpha Alpha. Mr. Adams, did you keep 34 Alpha Alpha?
I think so. Should be up there with the rest of them. I have to take a look.
You have it?
I do not. It should be with the rest of them.
The only 2 that were up here are 29 and 30. Mm-mm, 34. Okay. copy of State's Exhibit 34 Alpha Alpha. And you're agreeing that February 7th, 6:45 PM is when you received the text. Hit me up if you're bored later. We're not gonna talk shop.
Mhm.
Okay. And Mr. Adams asked you whether you spoke with Lieutenant Hamilton on the telephone after that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of State's Exhibit 34 Alpha Alpha, would you agree with me that there are also telephone calls that are reflected from February the 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that, just look all through it, there are 2 telephone calls, and if you need to look through the rest of the exhibit, feel free to do so, on February the 7th, 2024. And that one is an incoming call at 6:02 PM. Incoming to you, outgoing from Lieutenant Hamilton. That lasted 3 seconds. Would you agree with me?
This not indicating whether the incoming or the outgoing is mine or his. I don't understand this. Like
Okay.
the text message.
All right. You have both of your phones in your possession, correct?
No,
Where are they?
I don't have them.
I'm asking you where they are.
Oh, my phone, I just have one of them right now.
Okay. Where's the other phone? What?
Broken.
Okay. So when you say broken, what do you mean? Help me understand that.
It's cracked.
So why did you need to get a new number for the cracked phone?
Why did I need to get a new number for the cracked phone?
Yes, ma'am.
When my phone was broken, I couldn't receive calls, send out calls, so I had to get another phone.
Okay. So you don't have a plan, or is it, why did you have to get a whole other phone for a cracked?
No, I don't have a plan on it.
So did anyone ask you to look through either of your phones to look at the messages or the times from that you received or made calls to Lieutenant Hamilton?
No, you just showed me that.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that the only 2 calls reflected on this call log are a call at 6:02 PM going out from the phone that gave this call log, and a call at 6:22 PM coming in from your number.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to.
Basis.
Well, mischaracterization. On a call log, it's a screenshot.
I stand the objection.
So Your Honor, I'll rephrase my
If
question.
you're on your 4 questions, let's wrap it up, Ms. Love.
Yes, please. I gotta use the bathroom.
Ms. Bennett, do you have anything to show that any calls were made between you and Lieutenant Hamilton on February the 7th, other than the 6:02 PM call for 3 seconds and the 6:22 PM call coming in from you for 9 minutes and 31 seconds?
Like I said, I don't know what this is or which phone it was at the time. I just know you have a screenshot, so I don't know if it mean him or me. I don't understand.
Did you provide anyone with screenshots of your call history?
No, I just seen everything because of you.
Okay,
I never provided nobody with nothing. You provided everybody with everything.
right.
Yes.
So did you ever provide anyone anything to contradict anything in here?
No, you did.
Okay, I didn't provide anything, right? This is the exhibit, you understand that?
Okay.
Okay, did you ever provide any,
I stand the objection.
Ms. Bennett, did Mr. Adams ever ask you for a call log?
Objection.
No.
Objection to burden shifting.
Your Honor, it's not burden shifting when an issue has been raised that, Your Honor, may we
Hold on.
approach?
Mr. Adams, I'm gonna overrule your objection. Mr. Short, I'm gonna overrule your objection. State, don't ask that question ever again.
And Ms. Bennett, would you agree with me that the next call between you and Lieutenant Hamilton did not occur until March of 2024, as reflected by these calls on these screenshots?
Repeat the
can
question.
look at it as
You
much
want,
as you need.
repeat the question, you want me to answer?
Would you agree with me that after the two calls on February the 7th, one at 6:02 PM, one at 6:22 PM, the next call that you got from Lieutenant Hamilton or made to Lieutenant Hamilton occurred, one in February, on February the 9th,
Which one we talking about?
all of the calls. After February the 7th, there were two calls made on February the 7th, and both of them were before that text message was sent to you by Lieutenant Hamilton, isn't that correct?
I'm not sure.
Bless you, Your Honor. Would you agree with me that the text message from Lieutenant Hamilton was sent to you on February the 7th at 6:45 PM?
Yes.
And the only two calls that were made between you and Lieutenant Hamilton were on 6:02 PM, that's before the 6:45 text, and 6:22 PM, before the 6:45 text?
Yes.
And the next call that Lieutenant Hamilton either received from you or made to you wasn't made until February the 9th. Would you agree with me on that?
Check, Your Honor, best evidence.
I'm gonna sustain the objection on other grounds. It's been asked and answered. Let's move on.
And it's fair to say that notwithstanding any of this, all of this occurred well after 2013, correct?
It's asked and answered. Let's move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all that I have.
Anything further?
Did the state ever provide you with your, not a screenshot, but phone logs, actual phone records to look at and ask you any questions about phone calls that had been made? Did they ever do that?
No.
Did they ever provide you with phone records from Investigator Hamilton and ask you to look at those and ask you questions about phone calls that had been made? Did they ever do that?
No.
That's all.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may Ms. Bennett be permanently temporarily excused as a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
Permanently?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Bennett, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
And Your Honor, we'll provide an order as it relates to Ms. Bennett's.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Ms. Bennett. You can step out, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen from the state, are you prepared with your next witness? I'm just asking so I can go ahead and kind of let the jurors know in terms of lunch, because it's about the noon time hour anyways, about 10, almost 10 after. So do you have?
We do.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Let's come back for 1:15 and we'll start. 1:15, we'll actually start and begin the afternoon session, okay? All right. Unless there's anything else, we'll be in recess until 1:15. All rise. All right. Summon, is it Mr. or Miss Montgomery Porter? All right, summon Miss Montgomery Porter, please. Just have her on the ready. Can we, in fact, hold on, wait a second. Go ahead and summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jurors present, count for.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called crime scene unit manager L. Porter to the stand.
All right, summon Ms. Porter, please. Ms. Porter, good afternoon, madam. If you please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness.
You swear affirm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it.
State is still the first last name.
Okay. My first name is LaShantis, LaShantie. Last name Porter, Porter.
Good afternoon, Manager Porter. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
I am the crime scene unit manager at the Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been with Atlanta Police Department?
I've been with the police department for 17 years.
And can you explain to the jury what does your current position as a crime scene manager, what all do you do in that capacity that they do?
In my current position, I make sure that the crime scene unit and the crime scene techs are processing their scenes correctly, making sure they're collecting evidence correctly, doing their reports on time. I also manage our background check unit and making sure they are assisting the public with their background checks. We also do fingerprinting, and we have a photo lab that provides photos to law enforcement agencies.
Is that photo lab in-house to ABD?
Yes.
Now, when you first started with ABD, what position did you hold?
I started as an office support assistant, and I worked in the personnel unit.
What did you do after that?
I went to the motors unit, and then I went to Central Records. And then from Central Records, I went to the crime scene unit.
Now, when you first went to the crime scene unit, what was your initial position there?
Crime scene tech 1.
What is a crime scene tech 1?
A crime scene tech 1 is your entry level. Crime scene tech, you go to scenes, but you respond with the senior technician.
What is after a crime scene tech 1?
Crime scene tech 2.
Did you ever become a crime scene tech 2?
Yes.
When did you become a crime scene tech 2, roughly?
I believe it was in 2011.
And what do you have to do to get promoted, so to speak, to a crime scene tech 2?
We have a series of classes that we take at Georgia Public Safety Training Center in Forsyth. So once we take those 7 classes and we have a year of work on the job training, then you get your certification.
Now, in the state of Georgia, is other crime scene techs and other law enforcement agencies, do they take similar classes?
Everyone takes the same classes.
So is the crime scene tech 1 and 2, and is there a crime scene tech 3?
It is.
Is that something that's used with law enforcement agencies across the state?
Some of them, not all.
Now, did you ever get promoted to crime scene tech 3?
I did.
What do you have to do to attain that?
So I was grandfathered into the position once they changed them. However, you have to have a IAI certification, which is a national forensic certification.
Now, if you, so in total, with your time with the Atlanta Police Department, is it fair or not fair to say that the bulk of your time has been spent in some capacity as a crime scene technician?
Yes.
Now, when did you first take on your current position as a manager?
It was in 2018.
And you've been in that position from 2018 until present day 2024?
Yes.
Roughly how many crime scene techs work under you?
Right now we have 10 crime scene techs.
Now, the crime scene techs, do they respond across the city? Are they broken down by zone? How does that work?
They respond across the whole city and the airport.
Now, in your capacity and time with APD, if you had a ballpark, how many crime scenes have you personally responded to?
Over 5,000.
And do you ever have to respond to crime scenes in your current position as a manager?
No.
What would be a circumstance that you have to respond to one in present day?
If it's a major scene or if we are short-staffed.
Now, can you describe for the jury, for the crime scene tech, say crime scene tech 1 that responds, what is their duties and responsibilities when they respond to a crime scene?
So upon responding to a crime scene, we get the calls on the radio. We respond to the scenes. We're requested for photos. We take photos. We process for fingerprints. We collect evidence. We collect biological evidence, clothing, anything of the sort. We process vehicles if necessary.
And when crime scene techs with APD respond to the scene and take photographs, do they have any interaction with officers or investigators on scene to know what to photograph?
Yes.
How can you kind of describe to the jury how that works? Your crime scene tech just got on scene. What are some of the steps that you all perform?
Okay, so upon arriving on scene, we will speak with the lead investigator or the officer on scene. We will do a walkthrough of the scene, and that entails them letting us know the type of call it is, the type of processing they're requesting, how big the crime scene is, if we have to respond to multiple locations, and so on and so forth.
Now, Manager Porter, did you turn your attention to May 13th of 2013? On that day, did you respond to the crime scene related to the case you're here to testify to today?
Yes.
Now, what location did you respond to back on May 13th, 2013?
It was 980 Confederate Avenue.
And was that a home, a building, an apartment?
It was an apartment.
And what specific apartment did you respond at 980 Confederate Ave?
It was apartment D.
D as in?
D as in dog. Mm-hmm.
Now, was that in Fulton County?
Yes, I believe so.
And how did you get dispatched to go there? What were you responding to?
I was responding to a shots fired robbery call.
And when you got there, can you describe to the jury what you did once you arrived to that scene?
So upon arriving on the scene, I spoke with the lead investigator or the officer, and he advised what he had and showed me the apartment to photograph. And from there, I processed the scene.
Now, when you processed this scene at 980 Confederate Avenue, apartment B, did you do a walkthrough of the scene before you started taking photographs?
Yes,
And did you in fact take crime scene photographs of this scene?
yes.
Now, back then, what would you have used to take these photographs?
We had a digital camera.
Manager Porter, I'm going to approach you with state's exhibits 1 alpha alpha through 23 alpha alpha.
You already shown what your defense counsel said.
Show them to defense counsel, Your Honor. The- Through 23 alpha alpha.
Which are.
Thank you.
Manager Porter, I've handed you 1 alpha alpha through 23 alpha alpha. You can take a minute, flip through those, and when you're done looking through them, just look up at me. Thank you, Mayor. What are state's exhibits 1 alpha alpha through 23 alpha alpha?
The crime scene photos I took at the location.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photographs you took in responding to this scene at 980 Confederate Avenue?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit and tender evidence, states exhibits 1 through 23 alpha alpha at this time.
Any objection to states 1 alpha alpha through 23 alpha alpha? All right, they're admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I'm publishing states exhibit 1 alpha alpha. Manager Porter, whatever, I'm gonna walk through some of these. You can use the hard copies in front of you. There's a screen to your left, and then there's one behind you. Whichever of those works the best, we're gonna walk through this. Can you turn your attention to 1 alpha alpha as shown on the screen? What does this photograph depict?
this is an overall of the location at 980 Confederate Avenue
And why is it important to take an overall photograph?
to show the location you're responding to.
And it does this photograph, is there multiple units that were at 980 Confederate Avenue?
Yes,
Do you recall how many there were?
from this picture, it looks as though there were 4.
Now, I'm gonna publish state's exhibit 2 alpha alpha. Is that the address of the location you responded to?
Yes,
Why is it important for you to take a photograph of the address when you respond to crime scene?
to depict the address that you're responding to.
Publishing state's exhibit 3 alpha alpha. What is depicted in 3 alpha alpha?
Apartment doors C and D.
Now, to get up there, did you or did you not have to go up the stairs?
Yes, there was stairs.
And why did you take this photograph that shows apartments C and D?
It was a photograph in relation to apartment D that I was responding to. So it's to show it was 2 doors at the top of the stairs.
Publishing state's exhibit 4 alpha alpha. Is 4 alpha alpha, is that the same apartment B that was just depicted in 3?
Yes,
Publishing 5 alpha alpha. Is this a close-up of the apartment door, D?
yes, it's a close-up of the apartment letter.
I'm publishing state's exhibit 6 alpha alpha. What does this depict, Manager Porter?
The overall of the door with a defect in the door.
Now, can you describe to the jury what you mean with a defect? What's that?
So a defect is any type of damage to an object that wasn't there previously.
And do crime scene techs with the Atlanta Police Department, do they classify, is that how y'all are trained to classify things as defects?
Yes.
And publishing State's Exhibit 7 alfalfa. Is this a close-up of defect on the door?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 8 alfalfa. Now, what does this depict, Manager Boyd?
This is the overall of the front door from the inside of the apartment.
And publishing State's Exhibit 9 alfalfa. What does 9 alfalfa depict?
Close up of a defect in that same door.
Now, in the defect we had shown that was on the front, and the defect as depicted in 9 alfalfa, do they have any relation to one another?
Could be.
So there was a defect on the front of the door, and is this a defect on the back of the door?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 10 alfalfa. What does, or what windows are depicted in 10 alfalfa? Is that apartment C or apartment D?
That's apartment D. Those windows are, I think, are adjacent to the door, the front door.
And do you notice any defects in 10 alfalfa?
Yes, there's a defect in the window.
We have the computer screen has pollen because it's a yellow view. So I'm gonna have this stick, Manager Porter, and I'm gonna have you show, because it's a little hard to see where this defect is. If I can find my, oh, thank you, Ms. Love. So if you wouldn't mind, Manager Porter, can you show the jury where this defect is? Thank you. You keep that up there. I may use it again. If we could zoom out. Turning to 11 alfalfa. Is this a zoomed in depiction of that defect on the window outside apartment B?
Yes, the close up.
Publishing State's Exhibit 12 alfalfa. What, and why do you take a photograph such as 12 alfalfa as you did here?
So we, upon answering a location, we take overalls of the entire area.
And in 12 alfalfa, is that door the same door we had just talked about with the defect in it?
Yes.
And do you see the window that we had just looked at that had a defect?
Yes.
Where is it in this photograph?
It's to the left of the door.
Is it the window that's closest to the door?
Yes.
Now, Publishing State's Exhibit 13 alfalfa. Manager Porter, do you see, or what does 13 alfalfa depict? I'll start with that.
It's the overall of the living area.
And do you see the boxes in 13 alfalfa?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what some of those boxes are to be photographed?
Shoe boxes and like a pamper box.
What, can you show, I'll try to zoom in the best you can you point where you just mentioned that there's a camper box depicted there?
Let me
If you don't mind, thank you, ma'am. Now, can you tell what size that camper box is?
size 1?
Do you have kids yourself, Manager Porter?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what a size 1 camper box, what kind of age does that correspond with?
Probably between newborn and 8-9 months.
Now, do you see the window that has that defect in it in State's Exhibit 13 alfalfa?
Yes.
Can you describe or show the jury where that is?
The window.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 14 alfalfa. Bless you. Is this the same window we had just discussed in 13 alfalfa?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 15 alfalfa. What what does this show, man report?
This is an overall of that window with the blinds pulled up, depicting the defect again.
So you remember earlier on when the window that was to the right of part of D, we saw seeing a defect on the outside of the window?
Yes.
Does this correspond to that?
Yes, this is the inside.
And is the front door in relation to this to the immediate right or left of this defect?
On the inside to the right.
Publishing Safe Exhibit 16 alfalfa? Is this a zoomed in of that defect?
Yes, a close-up of the defect.
I may have your assistance just because of this cue. Can you show where that defect is? Thank you, ma'am. Publishing States Exhibit 17 alfalfa. What does this depict, Nancy Ford?
The overall of that same living area with the defect in the wall.
Can you show where that defect in the wall is? I'm gonna try to zoom in a little bit. Now, looking at that defect, I want to put back up briefly State's Exhibit 13 alfalfa. Do you see that defect, Angela, that you just showed?
Yes,
Can you show the jury where that is? And is that over the living room couch area of that apartment?
yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to 17 alfalfa. Publishing 18 alfalfa. Do you see any other defects in this photograph other than the defect you just described on the wall?
Yes, there are defects in the closet doors and the wall next to the closet doors.
Would you mind using that pointer to show the jury where these are? And do you see any other defects if I move this photograph to the left?
Yes, to the other closet, set of closet doors.
Thank you. Publishing States Exhibit 19 alfalfa. What does this depict, Nancy Porter?
The close-up of the defect above the couch.
Publishing 20 alfalfa. You
Mm,
see the defects you just described depicted in this photograph?
yes, in the first set of closet doors in the wall.
Publishing 21 alfalfa.
And the second set of closet doors.
Publishing 22 alfalfa.
The close-up of the second set of closet doors.
This is a zoom in of the defects you just described in this possible work.
Mhm.
Now, Manager Porter, when you respond and go out to crime scenes, do you ever, after you're done, generate a crime scene report?
Yes.
Can you kind of describe to the jury what's your process for creating that report?
So when we when we get back to the office, we insert our crime scene report. We use the information from what the officers gave us on scene, which would be the case number, the name, the date, victim, suspect information. If there's a vehicle involved, there's vehicle information, the address, and their identifying numbers, their name, unit numbers, and radio number.
Now, in this crime scene report, do you ever provide any descriptions or break down the photographs that you took if you took someone on scene?
Yes.
How are they broken down?
By photo narrative, we break them down one photo, one by one.
And do you also describe in this report what you did when you responded on scene?
Yes.
Now, in this case, when you took the crime scene photographs, did you take any other photographs of any other units at 980 Confederate Avenue, that building?
No.
if you have been requested to take, if you had responded there or needed to take photographs of the entire building shot up, would you have taken those photographs if there was additional defects to photograph?
Yes.
Now, I want to approach and hand you 54 alfalfa, which is the crime scene report. Your Honor, defense counsel wants to approach relation 54 alfalfa.
Yes.
Now, Manager Porter, did you create a crime scene report in relation to this case?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with 54 alpha alpha. And to look through that and look up at me once you are comfortable with that, if you are. What is 54 alpha alpha?
It's my crime scene report from May 13th.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my name on it.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene report generated when you responded to 980 Confederate Avenue on May 13, 2013?
Yes.
At this time, the state moves to tender and admit into evidence 54 alpha alpha, Your Honor.
Previous objection.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Manager Porter, does crime scene reports have what is classified as a NCIC number on it?
Yes.
What is an NCIC number?
It's the crime reporting number for that particular crime.
What was the NCIC number for this case?
1207.
What does that correspond
A robbery in a residence with a gun involved.
to? Now, once you create that crime scene report, when did you generate this specific report in this case?
On May 17th.
Is that usual or unusual to have the report generated days after you respond?
Not unusual.
Now, does, in the photographs you took that we have just walked through, did those photographs go through that APD lab that we had discussed earlier?
Yes.
Can you describe how does the photo lab work once you're fresh off the scene at 980 Confederate Avenue, you go back to the lab? How does that process work?
So when we get back to the office and we do our reports, we put our photos on a disc. We place the report and the disc into an envelope and we send it downstairs to our photo lab.
Now, is this like, so once the photo lab gets it, they process the photos?
Yes.
And do they make any documentation or after the photo lab processes it at APD?
Only
Crime scene report.
they document whether the correct number of photos that say on the report is on the CD. They document whether the photo descriptions are what they depict on the picture.
Now, do you know what day the photo lab completed reviewing the photographs in this report?
I don't know what day they completed, but they received it on May 20th of 2013.
And do you see the initials of someone who worked in the APD photo lab that would review this back on May 20th, 2013?
Yes.
What are those initials and who was it?
RT, Ronald Thomas.
Is that something that you worked with?
Yes.
Now, I want to, you've admitted, but I have not yet published Case Exhibit 23 Alpha Alpha. I'd like to do that now. Manager Porter, are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
And so what hand do you use to shoot the photographs that you use in your own scenes?
My right hand.
So in this photograph 23 Alpha Alpha, is that your hand that's depicted in the photograph?
No.
And how do you know that?
Because they're not wearing gloves.
And do you wear gloves when you handle items on scene?
Yes.
Now, what is 23 Alpha Alpha?
It's a picture of a cell phone with two men on the front.
What kind of cell phone was it?
Metro PCS Samsung.
And whose cell phone was it?
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a response. It's not hearsay of who she needs, or she took this photograph for a reason, so it's not, there's no truth of the matter of certain whose cell phone she believed it was, but I need to know why she took this photograph.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, you can refer to that.
Yes, Your Honor. So in your crime scene report, did you have a photo description for 23 Alpha Alpha?
Yes.
What was the photo description that you put in your crime scene report for 23 Alpha Alpha that's depicted on the screen?
Your Honor, if that came from hearsay, then I'll object.
Can you see it, please? I see that. Yes, you can, Your Honor. Or it's on the screen, Your Honor?
No, let me see.
Yes, Your Honor. Manager Porter, who was when you responded to the scene, was the victim on scene? When you did
I don't recall. I don't
Um,
remember.
that? Who was the victim that you was at this scene, that you responded to?
Who's the victim?
Yes.
Archillian Bennett.
I'm gonna object to the witness reading from the document.
I sustain the objection. You can use refresher recollection.
And Your Honor, the state has tendered 54 alpha.
Still got refresher recollection.
Yes, Your Honor. So, is there anything that would refresh your recollection, Manager Porter, to who the victim was at apartment B at 980 Confederate Avenue on May 13, 2013?
Yes, I'm gonna object to ask and answer.
Overruled.
Yes, my crime scene report.
And would looking at your crime scene report that you personally generated after responding to the shots fired at 980 Confederate Avenue, apartment D, help you in knowing who the victim was of that crime?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's going to hand or allow Manager Porter to look at 54 alpha alpha to figure out who she put as the victim and refresh her recollection.
Okay, you can take a look at the document, everything you found with
Okay.
let counsel know.
Has your recollection of who the victim was been refreshed, Manager Porter?
Yes.
Who was the victim for this shots fired at apartment B at 980 Confederate Avenue?
Archillian Bennett.
And have you ever responded to scenes where victims have photographs of suspects that they say committed a crime against them?
Yes.
And have you ever had the opportunity to photograph or obtain who a victim says is someone who committed a crime while you're on scene?
Yes,
And how do you document that?
by taking a photograph of it.
So, in 23 Alpha Alpha, why did you take a photograph of this black and red Metro PCS Samsung cell phone?
Still facts and evidence, she not testified that she took a photograph.
Did any other crime scene technicians go to you and respond with you to apartment B and
No,
are all the photographs, the crime scene photographs that are depicted and outlined in your report ones that you personally photographed?
yes,
Did you personally photograph exhibit 23 Alpha Alpha that's from the scene?
yes.
And Manager Porter, why did you photograph this black and red Metro PCS Samsung cell phone that has two individuals on it as depicted in 23 Alpha Alpha?
It was at the direction of the investigator.
And what was your understanding of who was depicted in this cell phone?
Those were the suspects.
Your Honor, may I briefly respond or approach? It's brief. So I can give one word. All right, let's see it. Impeachment.
Now, I'm going to sustain objection.
And Your Honor, effect on the listener would be the state's secondary response. Why she took this? As a witness? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. So, Manager Porter, when you took this photograph, why did you take it?
The investigator asked for me to take it.
And would you, if you took a photograph of the cell phone that investigator asked, did you take any photographs of any other cell phones from this scene?
No.
Did you take a photo? How did you know what was on? How did it become this specific photograph on the cell phone? Who? Not just a blank screen or just have a time on it. Why does it depict these two individuals?
Somebody brought it up.
Hold on, Now, how, Manager Porter, did you describe 23 Alpha Alpha in the report that you personally generated?
Overall of suspects on victim's phone.
Now, when you responded to this apartment on May 13th, 2013, did you know Ms. Bennett?
No,
Do you even know, or did you know back then who was depicted on the cell phone that you took a photograph of?
no,
When you responded on scene, were the defects in the front door and the window, were they there when you took photographs on the scene?
yes,
Was the defect in the closet and over the living room, in the living room over the couch, were they present when you physically walked to this apartment and took that photograph?
yes,
Was the size 1 Pampers box that was sitting right next to the window with the defect through it, was that physically there when you walked through and took a photograph of it?
yes,
And Manager Porter, was the entire building shot up or just apartment B when you responded on May 13th, 2013?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
When you personally responded to that, if there was, did you see any other defects or bullet holes in that building that you inspected?
I didn't.
And if you would you have taken a photograph? Would that have been something significant to document or responding to shots fired on Rocky?
Yes,
Did anyone else report their apartment being shot up besides apartment B?
Objection, call for hearsay.
Did you take photographs of the outside or inside other than, you remember the photograph that has apartment C and apartment B?
yes,
Did you ever walk inside a parking seat and take photographs inside?
No.
Did you ever walk inside the lower unit apartments?
No.
Why was it that you just took photographs of apartment D?
Because when I arrived, the officers directed me to D.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Manager Porter, remember we talked about that NCIC code earlier?
Yes.
In your crime scene report, how was it described? Was it something additional than just shots fired? Was there some other crime that you responded to?
Robbery.
Robbery? Manager Porter, other than taking the crime scene photographs that we walked through and the crime scene report that you generated, did you have any other involvement with this case?
No.
Did that include your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you, Manager Porter. No further questions by the state at this time. The police councilman has cross.
Investigator Porter, the officer who was in charge of this investigation that you spoke to when you got to the scene was an Officer Kirkman, is that correct?
Yes.
As an APD detective at that time?
I don't remember.
But he was certainly the one who was in charge of the scene.
Yes.
He was there before you got there.
Yes.
He, as far as you know, he had spoken to individuals before you got there, is that true?
As far as I know.
All right. And this was in 2013,
Yes.
approximately 10, maybe a little bit more than 10 years ago, right?
Yes.
You remember this from looking at the report that you referenced a little earlier, correct?
Yes.
You remember it based on conversations that you had with the district attorney's office, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that crime scenes sometimes tell a story,
Yes.
right? They kind of, you can look at the evidence that you see at a crime scene, and that will give you some indication as to what may have happened at that location, correct?
Yes.
Because you can't always go by what someone tells you happened at a scene, right?
Correct.
Someone could tell you that something happened a certain way, but the evidence might speak differently. Isn't that true?
Correct.
All right. And so when you arrive as a crime scene investigator, what you're doing is you're doing an unbiased diagnosis or analysis of the evidence that you find at the location, correct?
Yes.
And that is what you did here.
Yes.
And when you took those photographs, you were taking photographs so that if need be, a detective or, God forbid, a district attorney could go back and look at the evidence and make a determination about what that evidence tells them about a case, right?
Objection, Your Honor, is to say, God forbid, in that question.
I'm going to ask the indulgence of Ms. Knight, please, if in regards to putting some of those photographs up, and I'll note them one by one if you don't mind. Okay? Thank you. All right. All right, so Investigator Porter, I want to start with what you described as, remember you were asked questions by the district attorney about the NCIC code,
Yes.
1207, right?
Yes.
And it was noted on the report as robbery, residence, gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
You input that information, correct?
No.
Who did?
It generates with the call.
Okay. You didn't take the call, right?
No, not a call taker.
Right. And so you don't know that a robbery or of a residence or a gun occurred. You just know that this is the code that was put in this. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't put it in
No.
because you weren't there at the scene, correct?
No.
You didn't witness any of this.
No.
You showed up on the 13th of May, 2013, correct?
Yes.
And the information that you had, well, you tell me if you had this information, is that something had occurred at that location on May the 12th of 2013. Is that right?
No, that's generated as well from the incident number.
So you don't even know when the incident occurred?
No.
Okay, you just know that you were called to a location, you showed up on the 13th, and you were asked, or you were directed by Officer Kirkman to go ahead and quote, process the scene.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you get there, and we're looking at State's Exhibit 1AA. This is the apartment that you arrived at, correct?
Yes.
All right. You go up those stairs, and behind the bushes or the branches is apartment D at 980 Confederate Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If we can move forward, please, Ms. Knight, to State's Exhibit 2AA and 3AA. All right. That's apartment D. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you pointed out to the jury a little bit earlier, let's go to 4AA, is the door of apartment D. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, when you got there, Officer Kirkman didn't give you any instructions about any place else, right?
Correct.
He wanted you to focus on D.
Yes.
You have no idea whether or not there was anything involving C, A, Q, I don't know. All you knew about was you were directed to apartment D, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so you weren't doing an investigation of your own, you were essentially following the instructions of Officer Kirkman, correct?
Correct.
All right. You have no idea about any statements that have been given to Officer Kirkman by anyone before you got there, right?
No.
Okay. You are obviously not in a position to pass upon or to talk about the truthfulness of any statement given to anyone before you got there, right?
Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Improper.
Okay, I'll rephrase. So you get to the apartment, and this is, you're directed to the door of apartment D, correct?
Yes.
All right, we can go forward to 5AA, please. All right, that's a close-up of the letter D, all right? And then 6 is a closer-up shot of the door, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you've got that point in front. Actually, may I, Judge Stefan?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, so you've got it over there to your left, but I guess you should probably turn around and look around. All right, so right here, we've got what you described as a defect, is that right?
Yes.
And for purposes of educating the jury, a defect just means that there's something there in the door that is not normal, right? Something has caused this defect or indentation in the door, correct? You don't know what it is. You don't know the circumstances under which it occurred, right? Now, but let's go to 7AA. All right, now, tell me if as you look at 7AA, this close-up of the defect, whether you can tell what it is.
What you mean? It's a defect?
Right. It is not a hole, is it?
No.
In other words, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
No, it's just a defect.
Okay, and do me a favor, it's my fault because you're facing me, but Madam Court Reporter is behind you, so when you speak, make sure you speak loudly enough so she can pick you up.
Okay.
Otherwise I can say. All right, and so what you've got is a defect right there on the door, but not a hole that goes through the door, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, are you able to tell from looking at State's Exhibit 7AA whether that appears to be a hole that has been patched?
No, I can't tell.
Okay, but what you can tell is that it's not a clear through hole. There's nothing going through the door, right?
Correct.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 8AA, please. Now that's an interior shot of the inside of that same door, correct?
Yes.
All right, 9AA. All right, 9AA appears to be a defect on the inside of the door, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's see what 10AA is. Okay, let's go back to 9, please. All right, is there any way to zoom in on that, Ms. Knight? All right, as you look at that zoomed in image of 9AA, which is the inside of the door, would you agree with me that that defect is not a hole? There's nothing that, it's not a through and through hole, is that correct?
Correct.
would you agree with me that it appears to be patched in some way? There's something inside of that defect, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel testifying.
Does the defect in states 9AA appear to be a hole that is patched?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
All right, based on your experience as a crime scene technician, crime scene tech 1, 2, 3, and now manager, does the state's 9AA appear to show a defect that is a patched hole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Does state's 9AA show a hole that goes straight through the door?
No.
Now, do you know what 9A represents? Do you have any idea what it means? What it represents, what the picture represents?
Yes.
Want to tell us?
It's a defect to the door.
You don't know how it's caused.
No.
Can we go back to State's Exhibit 3AA, please? Okay, Ms. Knight, is it possible to zoom in a little bit over there on C, on door C? Okay. Ms. Porter? By the way, was your name different back in 2013?
Yes.
Was it Price?
No.
Okay. Who's Investigator Price?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. States 3AA. That is a picture of the door, not D, but C. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, right below the, I would say peephole, that's what you call it. What is this pointing at?
That appears to be a defect in the door.
A defect in the door of C?
Yes.
Did Officer Kirkman direct you to do anything with that door or anything with Apartment C?
No.
Right. Can you see what I'm pointing right here? What does that appear to be?
I can't tell. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, so as you come up to, let's zoom back out if you don't mind. Thank you. So as you come up to these two doors, you see C and D, both of which have defects on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move forward if we can to 10AA. All right, 10AA is am I correct that that is a picture of the exterior of the window that is to the right of door D?
Yes.
Would you agree that it appears to have a defect in it?
Yes.
It looks like something has gone through that window, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is in fact a through and through hole, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's not just a crack, it looks like something has gone through that window, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if we can go to 11AA, please. That's a close-up, is that right?
Yes.
Now, can we zoom in on that a little bit, please, Ms. Knight? All right, now, this is fairly, let me just ask you. You would agree that something goes through a piece of glass, there's a shard, or there's something missing from that glass, right? Some glass is gone from that point, right?
Yes.
All right. Zoom out a bit if you don't mind, Ms. Knight. All right, now you would agree with me that as you look at this picture, you don't see any shards of glass or any splinters of glass or anything on the outside of that windowsill, is that right?
Correct.
And certainly you didn't see any or weren't directed to photograph any, correct?
Correct.
All right, if we can go to 12AA and then 13. Now, 13 AA, as you're inside of the apartment, as you're being directed by Officer Kirkman, you take note of this window that has the blinds over it, correct?
Correct.
Am I correct that there appears to be something missing on the right side as I'm standing looking at it? Right
Yes.
side of the blinds.
Yes.
Okay, kind of go to 14 AA, please. As you look at 14 AA, that's a little closer picture of that window, is that right?
Yes.
15 AA. Now, in 15 AA, am I correct that you can see that hole that we talked about before where something has come through that window?
Yes.
Now, looking directly below that hole, you see a windowsill, correct?
Yes.
You see objects below that window, below the hole on the windowsill, correct?
Yes.
See a candle, right?
Yes.
And some other objects.
Yes.
Now, what you don't see, or you do not see any shards of glass or any splinters of glass or anything like that on that windowsill, do you?
No.
And in fact, not just on the windowsill, but anywhere in the apartment, immediately below that whole window, you don't see any shards of glass or any splinters of glass or anything, did you?
I don't recall any, no.
Okay, you didn't take any pictures of it, right?
No.
If you had seen some, you would have taken pictures, right?
Yes.
Because that, again, would have helped to tell a story about what you're seeing at the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's go to 16 AA. And 17. 17 AA, you were shown earlier. This is a picture of the interior of this apartment, is that right?
Yes.
And again, you're seeing defects in this apartment, but you have no idea personally as to how or when they got there, correct?
Correct.
So as you look at the defect above the couch in State's Exhibit 17 AA, you have no idea when that defect got there.
No.
You have no idea how it got there.
No.
18 AA, please. Now, 18 AA, you would agree is a little closer up shot of that defect above the couch?
Yes.
Now, you have the ability, or crime scene has the ability to try and make a determination about the trajectory of a bullet, right?
Yes.
In other words, what do you call those things you use? Do you call them dowels?
Rods.
Rods.
Trajectory rods.
Wooden rods, where if you have a bullet defect on one location and another one on another location, you can use those rods to try and determine what direction the bullet traveled in, right?
Yes.
Do we even know that 18 AA is a defect caused by a bullet? Do we know that?
I'm not sure, no.
Because when you examined it and you took pictures of it, you would have had an opportunity to look at it up close, right?
Yes.
And generally, your experience tells you that when a gun is fired and a bullet leaves that gun, it goes somewhere, right? The bullet goes somewhere.
Yes.
Now, there were no bullet fragments in this defect in the wall, were there?
No.
There were no shell casings found anywhere inside of that apartment, correct?
No.
There were no shell casings found outside of the apartment, true?
True. No.
As you sit here right now, you don't know whether or not this bullet defect above this couch has anything to do with the bullet defect on the window that we looked at earlier, do you?
No.
Let's go to 19 AA. That's a little closer up picture of that defect, is that right?
Yes.
Can we zoom in on that, please, Ms. Knight? Now, as you look at this photograph, does there appear to be anything on the inside of that bullet defect, patching or putty or anything like that?
No.
Let's go to the next photograph. I think that's 20 AA. Now, 20 AA is a picture of a closet door and some other stuff, right?
Yes.
Let's go to 21 AA, please. All right, now, 21 AA, am I correct that as we're looking at that, we see 3 defects?
Yes.
You've got one here on the wall, correct?
Yes.
And what appears to be 2 on this closet door, is that right?
Yes.
All right, can we go to 22, please? All right, now, I want to draw your attention first to the middle defect. All right, you see the one I'm pointing to right here?
Okay.
Right, now, it appears to you, and maybe you can tell me from your memory from 2013, that this appears to be a metal door, is that right?
It appears to be metal.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. And the defect that I'm pointing at, the one in the middle,
Mhm.
does it appear to you as though the metal is, or the defect protrudes outwards?
Yes.
Right. It doesn't look as though something is going in. It looks as though something has come out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Yes, sir. In your role as a crime scene technician, are you called upon to make a determination as to whether something appears to be an entrance defect or an exit defect, for example?
No, I'm not a ballistics expert.
Okay, but you can certainly look at that picture and show that and you can determine that the metal on that door appears to be coming outwards as opposed to inwards. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation based on the witness testimony.
All right. Ms. Porter, let's see. So in this photograph, 22AA, we've got 1, 2, and 3 defects. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, can we go to 23AA, please? 24, actually go back to 22. Can we go to 18AA? All right. In 18AA, Ms. Porter, am I correct that we see the defect above the couch that we mentioned before, right?
Yes.
Defect to the right side of this, or to the right of this closet, correct?
Yes.
A defect in the one door of the closet, right?
Yes.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, a fourth defect on the edge of this side of the door to the closet, correct?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then if we move over here to this other closet, there's also a defect here, is that correct?
Not. It appears to be.
I'm sorry?
It appears to be. Yes.
Okay. So if we're counting the defect that we see on the inside of this apartment, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, is that correct?
Yes.
And remind me again how many holes we saw in the window.
Just one.
And remind me again whether or not there was a through and through hole in the door.
No.
Okay, so we've got one defect in the window that appears to be something coming in the window, right?
Yes.
We got 4 defects on the inside of the house, of the apartment.
Yes.
1 and 4 don't correspond, right?
You said 1 and 4 don't correspond.
Don't correspond, right?
No.
The closet door, let's see, I think that's 21AA. Here we go. Did either you or Officer Kirkman or anybody else who was trying to figure out what actually happened at this apartment look on the inside of that closet to see if there were any bullet fragments on the inside of that closet?
I don't recall if we did.
But by the time you got here to the scene in 2013, you've been a crime scene investigator for how long?
About 4 years.
Okay, so you know what to look for when you're at a crime scene, right?
Yes.
The picture of the cell phone, let's go to, was that 23 AA? Now, whose hand is that?
I don't know.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
You don't remember whose hand was holding that phone when you took the picture?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You don't know anything about the individuals in this picture, right?
No.
Don't know anything about the phone, right?
No.
Don't know who the phone belongs to.
No.
Don't know don't know whether this is a picture or a screenshot or whatever it is, right?
No.
All right. Go back to 1AA, please. All right, so at the conclusion of your investigation, or your work at this scene, you left out of there having taken some pictures, correct?
Yes.
Didn't get any fingerprints from anywhere, right?
No.
Were you directed by Officer Kirkman or anyone else to dust for or check for fingerprints anywhere in the apartment?
No.
On the front door or
No.
anywhere inside? No?
No.
Okay. You did not conduct any tests with a rod to determine the trajectory of anything that came into the apartment, true?
No. Right.
All right. You did not find any bullet defects anywhere in the apartment or in any of those bullet defects, correct?
Correct.
No fragments whatsoever?
No.
No shell casings?
No.
Inside or outside?
No.
All right. There is nothing about this scene that you photographed back in 2013, 10 plus years ago, that tells you anything about what happened there that day.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Basically. That's why we're here, Your Honor. Oh.
In fact, you don't even know how or when any of those defects or anything got to that location, true?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further examination? Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Manager Porter, on cross, you were asked about the story that your photos told. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Does your narrative that you put in the crime scene report capture the story that your photographs were intended to tell?
Yes.
And what is the purpose in general of your narrative?
To summarize what we did on the crime scene.
And did your narrative, in fact, tell you the story in this case, as defense counsel had asked you on cross? And was that story, did it involve any other apartments besides apartment D?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
Did your narrative involve any other apartments besides apartment D?
No.
And you were asked on cross about your photos labeled and about telling the story. Remember that?
Yes.
With photograph 23 Alpha Alpha, did that tell the story, as the defense counsel said, of a person being victimized by the two people captured on that phone?
No.
Why did you take a photograph of 23 Alpha Alpha?
I was directed to by the lead investigator on scene.
And why did you label it as you did in the crime scene report?
I'm gonna say it's because that's what they informed me on the scene.
And you were asked on cross about only following directions. Did you personally have a practice of observing all the surroundings in a situation like this for other relevant defects?
Yes.
Did anyone from any other apartment draw you to any other defects?
No.
Did anyone from apartment downstairs grab your attention that day and say, and direct you to take photographs from a crime that committed against you?
No.
Did anybody from apartment C come out when you were on scene and direct you to take photographs of a crime or something that happened in their apartment?
No.
Defense counsel had asked you on cross about, did you look through into the closet? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you look through every nook and cranny of apartment D for shards of glass or shell cases?
No.
Did you search, open, and examine all of those boxes right next to the Pampers box that we talked about?
No.
Is it, defense counsel had asked you if you located shell casings in the yard or outside the apartment, do you recall that?
Yes,
Is it possible that you could have missed a shell casing? Did you search every blade of grass outside?
Objection, post speculation.
Did you search every blade of grass outside of that apartment?
no,
When people on scene direct you to prove of crimes that the lead investigator overlooked, do you call the investigator's attention to them?
yes,
Did that happen here? Was there anything else that you saw when examining the crime scene that you directed the investigator about?
No.
Did anyone other than Ms. Arsheli and Bennett report being robbed or having their house shot into?
Super facts and evidence. There's no one to report anything to this witness.
Manager Porter, was there any other victims that you put in your crime scene report other than Ms. Arsheli and Bennett?
no,
No further questions. Thank you, Manager Porter.
Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Very briefly, you don't know whether Arshelian Bennett was a victim or not, do you?
according to my report,
What someone told you?
yes,
Officer Kirkman?
yes,
Officer Kirkman would have more information than you would, wouldn't he?
yes,
You were asked a little while ago about whether or not any occupants from apartment C or anywhere else came and directed you to do anything. As far as you know, any police officers live in apartment C?
no,
Right, but the persons who were directing you to do stuff, to collect evidence, were the seasoned officers, specifically Officer Kirkman, right?
yes.
All right, that's all.
Anything further?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Porter, the permanent and temporary excused.
She may be permanently excused, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Porter, I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. That means you're free to go about your usual duties and application. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about we take 10 minutes and then we proceed? Is your next witness available, madam?
Yes, Your Honor, the second point is outside.
Okay, all right. We're going to be in recess and then we'll come back at 3 o'clock. All rise.
I've examined them.
And do you recognize what is in each one, and we'll go one at a time, of those exhibits?
Okay,
Yes?
I do.
And do they accurately depict what is shown in each of the exhibits? And I forget the numbers, if you can just help me.
Number 182 and 134.
And do they accurately depict what's described?
I mean, they're exhibit numbers to me. I don't know what else they mean.
Not the exhibit number, I'm sorry, the photographs. The items in the photographs, the items depicted.
Yeah, I remember the crime scene technician taking these photos.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 182 and 134.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defendant Williams, 182 and 134
Yes, sir.
are admitted and then published as you see fit.
Okay. I'd like to go through with you a couple of things, then we're going to get to those exhibits, if that's okay.
That's fine with me.
You remember talking with the jurors about surveillance video at the laundromat? And we're talking again, it's been a long time. We're talking about September 11, 2013, Adrian Bean slamming into the side of the laundromat. That's
The 126 Cleveland Avenue address, I remember that.
okay. And if we show you what's already been marked and admitted as Mr. Williams number 144, with Mr. Kokomo showing you,
You got 134 on here, Counselor.
I'm going to use a different exhibit. It's already admitted into
Okay.
evidence, if that's okay. And then we'll come to those two.
Okay.
All right, thanks. So you see, it's on the screen, Detective Quinn, you see Mr. Williams or JW Exhibit 144.
I see it now.
And then I asked Mr. Kokomo if he could just zoom in on, tell us if you recognize this as a surveillance video camera on the side of that building on top of the red 2004 Nissan vehicle. Can you see that item?
I mean, I see something fuzzy up here underneath this green awning right here.
Yes,
Yeah,
right underneath it. And do you recognize that as a surveillance video camera?
I do now.
All right. And then if you go to Mr. Williams, 116, Mr. Kokomo, just another angle of that same photograph. It's already in evidence. And then Mr. Kokomo, if you could zoom in on that, you see the other side of that surveillance camera?
I would say that's a better shot of it, yeah.
Okay. Now, you are aware that officers, with the assistance of the owner of the laundromat at 116 Cleveland Avenue, came out to the scene and viewed video surveillance. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. I didn't get anything reported back to me.
Okay. Are you familiar with radio traffic in this case concerning watching the video surveillance?
I am not.
All right. I'm going to play for you. It's already in evidence. States number 122 CD with the help of the Honorable Ms. Knight, if you don't mind. And Your Honor, this is already in evidence. And then I'm starting it. They're very short, but I'm starting at 7:20. If you could listen, if you don't mind.
No problem.
And this should be the police traffic. Okay.
Sounds good.
That's fine. Appreciate it. Your Honor, we're starting at 7:10 with the court's permission.
All right, yes, sir.
Hey, I got somebody that can put the back of your car. I need you to keep an eye on. I'm right over here. Units, if you guys see a Toyota Tundra green in color, let that vehicle inside. It's going to be the owner. You can access the video footage for us.
And then, Your Honor, with the court's permission, that is stopped at 7:32. And then if you, Honorable Ms. Knight, can you go to 8:25 if you don't mind? Same exhibit, Your Honor. What did you say? Sure. No, that's fine. Okay, Your Honor, with the court's permission, starting at 8:22.
Yes, sir.
Sending the green Tundra is the owner of the laundromat. Green Tundra coming up to the crime scene. Yeah, let him through. His name should be Khan, I think. Hey, let him up. Let him up here. That green Tundra, let him up here.
Okay, and that ended, Your Honor, at 8:46. If you can go, Honorable Counselor Knight, to 14:13. Want to start there? That's fine. Your Honor, we're starting at 14:03 with the court's permission.
Okay, command, can you advise if we need to set up a separate channel for this incident?
Hey, what time does call come up, radio?
Okay, the original call or when the 63 came up?
This is 63. We're trying to watch the video right now to get a good time frame.
Stand by.
Your Honor, it stopped at 14:36, and then the last one is 15:08. Your Honor, with the court's permission, we're starting at 14:57.
Yes, sir.
305-26.
305-26. Okay, the 63 came up around 11:58, around 11:58.
Your Honor, we're stopping at 15:15. Okay, Detective, the jurors may have heard it a couple of times. Can you tell them what a 63 is?
63 is a police signal for an officer needs help right away.
Okay. And the time, 11:58, that's morning time, that's military time.
2
Correct?
minutes till noon, yes.
Okay. Now, you were, to be fair to you, nobody reported this to you, that they were
That's
watching the
correct.
video. And I believe, based upon that, but you correct me if I'm wrong, that's why you didn't have the video secured, saved, correct?
I knew nothing of a video on this case.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to talk with you and help me with the number. It's the one with the house with the bicycle that's flat. It's in evidence now. What
The
number?
house is number 134.
Can you pull that up, Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind? Your Honor, can we display number 134? It's in evidence.
Yes, sir.
May I approach while that's going on?
You may, sir.
We're just waiting one second. Are you ready? Okay, sorry. Detective, can I ask you a question? Is your screen green like the one above your head? Or do you have a clear picture?
It's not that green. Looks just like the exhibit you passed to me on mine.
Okay, an exhibit, just, the jurors are gonna have this eventually in deliberation, but it's not green, right? The photograph's
It
pretty
is
clear.
not.
All right. With regards to Mr. Williams, number 134, that's on the green screen, and then you could look at the picture or the screen next to you, to your left. That damage, to your knowledge, came by Mr. Bean's driving of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I would say so.
And you mentioned earlier that there was a bicycle that was mangled. That may be my word, but that was, you said something like a child could have been on that bike or something. Remember that?
I said that when?
In a recorded interview with Mr. Bean on the 17th day of September 2013?
I probably said tricycle or something to that effect. Yeah.
Okay, and this is one of the bikes anyway that you were talking about, fair to say?
That's fair.
All right. And to your knowledge, none of this to the house, the damage to the porch area, that wasn't done before Mr. Bean's driving. Is that fair to say?
Not as far as I know.
All right. Now, I want to go to you wanted to do a deep dive, I think that was your word. If it's wrong, please correct me, into the car, the Nissan 2004 vehicle at the police parking lot or the impound lot. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if I said deep dive. My concern was that hole in that headrest was a primary concern to me.
All right, let's talk about that if you don't mind. Okay, so some of these exhibits are already in, or all these exhibits should now be in. May I approach John?
You may, sir.
Okay, if we can start with Mr. Williams, number 155. You can take a peek at that. And Your Honor, that's already in evidence. Mr. Kokomo, are you helping us out? Thank you, sir. Okay, so you should see Detective Quinn, Mr. Williams, number 155 on your screen. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Now, that is the passenger side rear window door area looking into the vehicle. Is that true?
Yeah, we call them vent windows. Yeah.
And the vent window was taken out based upon your information by Detective Robertson Els firing self-defense.
I mean, that was my educated theory. I mean, based off what I knew, I assumed I wasn't there. I could just go by the corresponding hole inside the car in the headrest.
And then for corresponding holes inside the headrest, there's also Mr. Murphy who shot twice. Is that fair to say?
See, I don't know how many times Murphy was shot. That was never any kind of report given to me. I know there was some kind of shooting where he got it in the leg or legs.
Okay. Were you aware, and if you just answered this, just say I just answered. that Mr. Murphy was shot in his heel on one leg and then on his upper left artery in his thigh, upper thigh.
I never knew that.
Okay, that's fine. Now, how many shots fired did Robertson L get off when he was thinking that he and his partners were in danger of getting killed?
I don't remember off the top. I mean, he was administratively dealt with by the supervisor before I got there. At some point, I believe Detective Velasquez took an inventory of what he should have had in the gun. Based off what I know, he only hit the car in question, the getaway car, one time.
How do you know that?
Based off my investigation, I see the one hole in the window and I saw the hole in the headrest. So I have to take some kind of investigative steps to explain that. The mystery was the Walter Murphy stuff. That was never clear.
And when you say, I just want to break it down if you don't mind, one hole in the window, we really don't know how many bullets went through that window, do we?
There's no way to tell.
Okay.
But if you take an educated guess, a common person, I see some kind of impact to that headrest. So I have to make investigative conclusions for the purpose of this case, which is criminal against the officer.
And then Walter Murphy, you said was it wild card you said?
I didn't say wild card, but I never knew because I never got any other information about how he got his injuries.
Now, tell the jurors whether there were any shell casings, to your knowledge, found inside that vehicle.
To my knowledge, there were none.
Now, I'd like to talk with you about, and just help me with the number again. Mr. Williams' number, is it 182 in front of you?
It is.
Can we show that? Number 182. Are you familiar with when a gun is fired, how gunpowder residue and particles come out the muzzle of the gun as well as the missile? You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Now, this is what you said is a defect. And we're going to show the other side too. But this is a defect potentially caused by a bullet. Is that fair to say?
I believe that.
And around, and I know it's green on the screen of the jurors, but do you see any type of soot or gunpowder burns or stippling or anything like that in this headrest?
I don't see any of that.
Explain to the jurors what those concepts are, if you don't mind, as you understand them. I understand you may not be a ballistic expert, but we'll have them come.
Okay, tell me what you want me to tell the jurors again.
Explain to them how when a gun is fired, how not only does a bullet or the missile, but the gunpowder particles come out and how it burns into an item.
I mean, I can give you a rudimentary breakdown, but if you're close up on something, there's going to probably, more than likely, be scorching or burning from that explosion of that projectile coming out of that gun. You can make reasonable conclusions that the gunshots weren't fired close up in any situation if you don't have that present.
And that's because if you know that coming out of the end of the gun, the muzzle of the gun is burning gunpowder, right?
Yeah, and that's as far as I go because I'm not a gun expert, but I've been shooting them for years.
Do you know how far, and if you don't, just say, I don't know. Just say, Brian, I don't know. How far any of those weapons found in the 2004 Nissan, how far the gunpowder would come out of the end of the gun?
I can't answer those kind of ballistics questions for you.
All right. Now, if we look at State's exhibits, I assume that we'll come back to this side. State's exhibit number 169. C, by the way. Mr. Kearns. Okay. Detective, Honorable Detective Quinn, do you see 169C?
I do.
And Colette or Charlie? Okay. Now, do you call that a dowel or a rod, the red item that's going through it's perforating the headrest in the passenger seat?
Yeah, we call them dowels, rods.
Okay. And generally, I know there could be ricochets, but generally a bullet, is it fair to say, goes in a straight line when it's fired?
I guess that's fair to say.
And here, you can explain to the jurors, but you see the yellow dowel and then going into the red dowel, then going to another red dowel. You see that?
I see that.
And there seems to be like an angle from the yellow to the red. No one's saying that the bullet traveled in that direction. That's just
A weak piece of prop, stuff we put together. It just kind of broke at that point and separated from the red, so it's not a straight.
So the trajectory, though, is what I'm focused on, if you don't mind, goes from, it appears to be going in a downward trajectory, slightly downward. Is that fair to say? Through the headrest, by the way.
Through the headrest, yes.
Okay. And the way I get that is it appears, at least from this picture, we could look at other pictures, that the exit towards the front part of that headrest, towards the front seat,
Yes.
is lower than the headrest on the back part of that headrest. Is that fair?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. So assuming a bullet goes in a straight direction, if a person, let's say in the back seat, fired that weapon, the gun or the muzzle of the gun has to be at whatever angle can make that, has to be higher than the entrance wound to the headrest to make a downward angle. Is that fair to say?
I can't speak on that. I'm not no expert with all that. I have to take investigative conclusions. And my investigative conclusion was that rear vent window was blown up. And so there's a corresponding hole inside the car. And there was a guy sitting up front that's 6'8", 300 pounds, got hit in the back. That's all I'm trying to prove at that point.
And that gentleman who is 6'8", God forbid, shot in the back, left shoulder. Is that fair to say?
That's why I'm there. Other than that, I would not even be on the scene.
But
I got shot by the police.
Sorry about that. I'm focused on the left shoulder of the gentleman, 6'8". Right,
Okay.
pro throw, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you go to 70C, as in Colette Charlie, it's a similar photograph, but it's a little more direct. You see how the angle is going down?
I see it, yes.
All right. And then I'd like to go to 72C, if you don't mind. And here we have the other side, and we're looking towards the front passenger seat headrest with the dowel coming in the downward directory, going from, the way I'm looking at the picture, from left to right angle. Is that fair to say? Downward and then left to right?
I say downward.
Okay, you don't see left to right.
I mean, I'm not using that kind of terminology. Downward is all I'm gonna jump
Okay.
on for you.
Now, let's talk about, do you recognize in 172C, as in Colette Charlie State's Exhibit, Do you see what's purported blood on that headrest?
I mean, I don't know if that's blood or what. I mean, I can't tell. It probably is.
Okay.
The brother got shot in the back. He's bleeding.
And you also told us that from your knowledge and belief, shot in the left side shoulder area. Fair to say?
I don't remember unless you can show it to me, but I know that he got shot in the back.
Okay. Can you get me left side shoulder? Just ask Trish. Okay. I'm going to come right back to that. They'll pull it.
Okay.
All right. Now, the gentleman in the front seat, to our knowledge, is 6'8". You've said that multiple times. Fair to say?
Yeah, he's a big dude.
And if he's shot in the shoulder area, something pressed, if that is blood, to the headrest left side. Fair to say?
Okay, one more time, Mr. Steele.
Sure. Something pressed up. That's a press wound, right? That's a blood transfer.
I don't.
I stand in objection.
Do you see any other potential blood in that seat area, headrest area?
From this photograph, no.
Okay. If you come across it in any photograph, just let us know, okay?
I stand in objection.
All right, let me do this. Go to, if you don't mind, help me out, 174C, as in Colette Charlie. It's admitted, Your Honor. Detective, is that the good-looking man in this picture? Is that you?
That's me. I don't know if I'm good looking, but you know.
Okay. So now, if Roberson L, do you remember what Officer Roberson L looks like?
Do I remember what he looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he taller than the vehicle, the top of the vehicle that's depicted in 174C?
Absolutely.
And if he's shooting a weapon from outside the car into the car in a downward angle, would that be consistent with him standing near the car, shooting into the car?
Objection, speculation.
I stand in objection.
Now, looking at 174C, which is on your screen, did you ever put, I know there's blood there, but in proper protective gear, did you ever put a person who is slim, 6'3" tall in that back seat and then do the rod to see whether it would strike the person sitting in the back seat?
I did not.
You told the jury earlier that you would surprise, it may not be the exact quote, I'll get you the quote. You were surprised that if somebody's sitting in that rear passenger seat, they didn't get shot. You remember that?
I may have said that.
And you also said that it would, if you were asked by the Honorable District Attorney Hilton, whether you can fit yourself, you think you said you're 6'1", is that right?
Absolutely, tell me.
If you could fit yourself in the back of a car and you stated that you'd be crunched. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember it, but only reason I said my daughter had that car, so I've been in the back seat.
Okay.
Till she tore it up.
Okay. And were you crunched in the back seat of the car? Is that where you got that from?
I'm just not understanding the question. I'm trying to, I want to make sure I give you the right answer, but I'm not understanding where you're going. Because if you're in the back seat and there's gunfire, you're not going to be sitting up straight. You're going to be moving around because there's gunfire. It makes people move.
And you moved forward in your seat just now. You realize that?
Okay, I can move to the side. I move forward. I'm just trying to make you understand when guns are breaking out, everybody's getting on the floor.
And
in my experience.
And Mr. Murphy is to the left behind the driver, according to you, what you were told, right?
Based off what Mr. Bean said.
And if bullets are coming through the headrest from outside the car, just like depicted in 174C, you see that?
I do.
And if bullets are coming across the back seat into Mr. Murphy, into his leg and heel in a downward direction from outside the car,
I stand in objection.
how would the person, as you know, in the back of that car not get hit?
Objection, speculation.
On the right-hand side.
Speculation.
Did you do any type of experiment? It's a simple experiment. Did you do any type of experiment to determine whether a person sitting in that back seat where those bullets to Mr. Murphy and the headrest and how they would miss him? Did you do anything?
I did not. I just have common sense, and I've been around a lot of gunfire, and I've written a lot of reports related to people getting shot or getting shot at. I can only go by my experience. Folks don't sit up straight when gunshots are going down. Just my experience.
Now, I'd like you to look at 167C, as in Colette, Charlie, it states exhibits already admitted into evidence. How much room, if you measured or did something, how much room is there between the rear seat, where it is, and the front passenger seat?
I can't tell you how much room, but I know I could get back there because I've been back there in my daughter's car before she tore it up.
Did you do it in this case?
Did
these
not.
amendments? Okay. Now, you see on 167C what purports to be blood in the back of that car?
I believe that's blood.
And is it true that law enforcement pulled Mr. Murphy out of that car, Mr. Walter Murphy?
So I don't know how he got out the car because I wasn't privy to actually witnessing that. I'm only going by the officers that responded that detained both he and Mr. Prothro, what they told me. I don't know which side even took him out of the car.
And do you know that law enforcement took Mr. Murphy out of the car?
I don't know that they took him out. I don't know if he got on his own free will, of his own power. I'm not sure.
Do you remember writing an affidavit that you swore to that Mr. Walter Murphy was pulled from the records by police?
I could have said it, but I don't remember.
Your Honor, may I approach for a second?
You may.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
May I approach you, sir?
Absolutely.
I've shown you three-page document.
What's this, the search warrant I did?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can look at anything you need. I'm interested actually to have to
Well,
do the first.
Point to where you want me to go. That'll make it go faster.
First line.
Okay,
Does that refresh your memory?
let me see. Okay, I wrote pull. I'll concede to that, but I'm writing a warrant to a judge, trying to get the permission to get inside that car legally.
I'm sorry, I was,
Yeah, so what I said was, I used the word pulled. When you're taking somebody out of a car, pulled, they probably did, but I wasn't there. So I added that to give the judge that's going to sign that warrant a picture of what was going on, which would legally allow me to get inside that car if he felt that I had that in fact, that right or that permission.
and a warrant, just jurors may not know how to get a warrant. That's on oath, right? Same oath that you take today.
It's oath. It's what you believe at the time, yes.
Also, if this refreshes your memory, in the first paragraph, and I'll find you the exact area of that same document. See if it refreshes your memory that Mr. Prothro was shot in the left shoulder, but give me 1 second.
Take your time. Looks like it's that third paragraph, Counselor, on the second page.
Did you find it for me? Okay, is it fair to say left, and I appreciate it, left shoulder?
It's fair.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I collect that item?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna give you back. Okay. Now, shortly after September 11, 2013, and I'm estimating, I'm not holding you to this, but approximately a week later, you're working your extra job, Neiman Marcus. You remember that at the mall?
Oh, I do remember that, yeah.
Okay. And Neiman Marcus, just tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, they may all know that maybe some of them don't know. Just describe what Neiman Marcus is.
It's a high-end department store.
And go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For 11 years, I sat at the precious jewels counter in full uniform as the Atlanta police officer off duty.
And that first occasion, and I'm not holding you to a date at all.
Yeah, because I don't know it.
I know. But you see Mr. Williams shopping in this high-end store. Fair to say?
I saw him walk in.
Okay. Do you know if he was shopping?
Saw him walk in. So that means, you know, you got to come in to start shopping. So I saw him walk in.
All right. And you told Mr. Williams about what Mr. Bean had told you a week before, whenever it was. Remember that?
A week or so, yes.
And Mr. Williams told you something to the effect, I don't even know what you're talking about. Remember testifying to that?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Williams was adamant about that, you said.
Jumping up and down, yes.
And then and again, loosely, a couple of weeks later, go by, maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Williams again is shopping or entering maybe the shop, Neiman Marcus. Remember all that?
Yes, sir.
Same thing. You're working the off-duty.
Just to give it context, so menswear is downstairs. My stool to get on that down escalator to get the menswear, which I'm assuming where he was going, you got to go past me. So I don't see you come in, but that's what most men, they go straight down. And I'm sitting right there so I can see down there and I can see the precious jewels counter.
And at that time, you explained to Mr. Williams that you did some investigation into him and you found out he was going to blow up. Remember testifying to that?
Did some research.
And blow up, just explain that to the jury.
He's going to get a bag.
Explain that better.
He's about ready to get some money.
And you were talking about music, right?
Yeah, like I said, I went online and I saw, I said, oh, damn, you know, like this is really great happening.
And then a month maybe goes by, we're estimating. And then Mr. Williams is, I believe, with his sister, you said.
100%.
And at that time, Mr. Williams and or his sister, maybe both of them, whatever you tell us, they actually collectively asked you if you would help out with road security. Remember that?
Just to be precise, his sister Dolly, and that's what I remember. It's a name, you know, you don't hear much. She explained that she was his manager. And they wanted to hire me as their road security.
And did you ever have any dealings with security for popular artists?
That's not what I do. I'm a low rent, get your extra cheese type police officer. I do the stuff with the least impact, like sitting at a jewelry counter for 11 years.
And that's, again, at that high-end store, Neiman Marcus.
Beautiful store, yeah.
And then the last encounter that you told us about is, or I think the fourth encounter is what you called it, is where there was no conversation, but Mr. Williams pointing at Mr. Walter Murphy, going down an escalator. Mr. Walter Murphy has a stack of money coming out of his pocket.
He's pointing at the stack that you can't fold that's in Walter's right pocket. We both chuckled respectively, and they went on downstairs and did whatever they did.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have one moment?
You may, sir.
I don't have any question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Any further examination of retired Detective Quinn? Anybody else? Cross? All right, any redirect, madam?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hilton.
I want to take you back to the initial cross-examination, first starting with Mr. Shard. Okay.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Shard asked you a number of questions about Mr. Nava Flores. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right. Do you know if the statement that Mr. Nava Flores made to the other law enforcement officers, do you know if that was recorded or not?
I know nothing about that.
And did Mr. Nava Flores account for his initial lie on the recording that you made with him?
He did.
And was the initial lie that someone stole his vehicle?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And then did he correct that to say no one stole his vehicle, but that he allowed a group of individuals to borrow his vehicle?
That's correct.
And so the initial lie, would stealing a car be a crime?
A felony?
Okay. And is borrowing a car a crime?
Not at all.
Okay. So the part that they're alluding to being cut off is the crime, which would be the initial story of the car being stolen?
That was the first lie. Yeah, that was it.
Okay. Mr. Shard asked you about, if you can remember, whether or not you recorded your interaction with Courtney B. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I remember that.
Why didn't you record your communication with Miss Courtney B?
I didn't think it was important. You know, I wasn't endeavoring to even encounter her. She just rolled up when I went to this house where everything supposedly originated. So I made note of it. Recording can be actual notes. It can be thoughts. If I'm retaining that information, I'm going to put it on paper later. That's all it was.
Now, I'm going to go to the line of questions. Do you remember Mr. Carrington Matthews asking you a series of questions?
I do.
He asked you questions about eyewitnesses. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yeah, I remember that.
Are there times when eyewitnesses to crimes do not want to come forward? Have you experienced that in your 33 years as a law enforcement officer?
Almost every case.
Mr. Matthews asked you a number of questions about investigators knocking on doors when they go out and canvass a scene. Do all investigators knock on doors?
Nah, a lot of them don't like it.
Do all investigators go out to the actual crime scene in which an incident occurred?
Not all.
In your experiences working as a homicide detective and being on the street, are all cases investigated the same way? Are all cases investigated the same way?
No.
Why is that?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
Overruled.
Every person, let's just even forget about police work. If you work at the bakery, everybody makes the donuts a different way. It's the same thing in police work. There's so many people don't do it the way I do it. It works for me. As long as I'm following the law and most of the guidelines of the police department, it's a good look.
Do all cases always have forensic evidence, meaning fingerprints, DNA? Do all cases have that type of evidence?
No.
Do all investigators get to speak with persons of interest or suspects?
No.
Have you found in your experiences in dealing with suspects that sometimes they give what some may call self-serving or statements that benefit them when they're talking to the police?
That's mostly my experience.
Have you found that sometimes suspects or persons of interest are not always fully forthcoming?
That's true. I do.
Have you found at times that some suspects give half truths, they give partial truths and partial lies when telling their version of a story?
Sometimes it's a mix.
Now, going to Mr. Steele's initial line of questioning before we took our break, do you recall him asking you questions about Adrian Bean and Adrian Bean putting Thug into this case? Do you recall that line of questioning?
I remember something like that.
Was the first time that you heard the name Thug on the jail calls or when you interviewed Mr. Bean?
Heard it on the jail call.
And was that when Mr. Bean was speaking to his wife and this other friend that he was speaking with?
Yes.
And during those jail calls, did you hear the friend relay to Mr. Bean things that he was hearing himself from Thug or other people?
Yes.
And did it appear, just listen to the conversation, that the friend was just trying to put Thug in this?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation, sir. I stand objection.
Based on what you heard, did the friend randomly interject Thug, or was that a part of the conversation that he was having with Mr. Bean?
Objection, Your Honor. That's the evidence rule. Also speculation, somebody injecting.
Your Honor, I'm basing upon what Detective.
I'm saying that you may, if you lay a little more foundation, like where you need to.
Did you hear the third party speaking with Mr. Bean on a call?
I did.
Did you hear the third party mention Thug's name?
Yes.
Was that in response to a conversation he was having with Mr. Bean about what happened on September 11, 2013?
It was.
And were the two of them speaking freely based upon your conversation, speaking freely based upon their conversation about what happened during September 11, 2013, and what was happening after the incident once Mr. Bean was arrested?
Objection, Your Honor. That would be speculation. I stand objection.
Let me ask you this. When Mr. Bean came forward, did he admit to being the driver in an armed robbery?
He did.
And was he eventually charged with that armed robbery?
He was.
As it relates to Thug, did he advise you that Thug sat in the backseat?
He did.
Did he ever try to say that Thug was a shooter in this incident?
No.
Did he ever say that Thug got out the car during this incident?
At some point, yes.
During the robbery portion, did he say that Thug got out the car at all?
Never said that.
So with all of the stuff being the driver, being the shooter, Bean didn't say that Thug was the driver or the shooter. He put himself as the driver, DK as the shooter, but that Thug was just in the car during the entire incident.
Yeah, I'm standing objection.
Now, going to Ashley Davis, Mr. Steele asked you a number of questions about Ashley Davis. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I remember that, yes.
Okay. And when he asked you about what Ashley Davis saw, he kept referring to the individual she saw coming out the car as people. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. When Ashley Davis made her report, Was she specific as to the sex of the individuals that she saw coming out of the vehicle that she observed when they ran out of the car?
Yes, she gave up the sexes,
What was it?
males.
Personal check. And lastly, at any point in you speaking with Mr. Bean, did he ever disavow the words of the third party in that jail call?
Person can't disavow a third party.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. It's confusing too.
After taking out your arrest warrant, did that conclude, and testifying, of course, here today, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
I have no further questions.
Any cross? Mr. Matthews, Mr. Sharp, or Mr. Steele, anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Detective Retired Quinn?
Permanently, Your Honor.
All right, Detective Quinn, thank you for coming in. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay, sir?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Yes. Yeah, come on up.
Can I get a moment?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our business day. So what I'd like to do is to recess you for the evening. I'm sorry you'll miss the rest of the clips. Well, you might catch a few minutes of it anyways, but if I could ask you all to come tomorrow morning for a 9 o'clock for an anticipated 9:30 start time, 9:30, 9:45 start time. But if you all could be here by 9 o'clock or shortly thereafter, that would be fabulous. Okay. All right. Any ministerial inquiry with me? Anyone? Okay. Hearing none, let me go ahead and go through your admonitions. Please leave your notepads in the basket in the back. Please do not discuss anything that you have heard thus far in court amongst yourselves in small groups while you're sitting back there, or any other times that you may be in each other's presence or outside of each other's presence with third parties, such as your family or any well wishers or anything such as that. Don't go by and visiting the scenes that may be depicted in this case. Remember, it would also be a violation to have any third party discuss anything in this particular case in your presence or hearing, and if anybody should try and attempt to do so, you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Please also do not listen to any third party recounts of this trial, either on any form of social media, podcasts, or the news. Because remember what I told you, and I've continued to tell you, that you can only consider what's been presented in this courtroom, and you cannot consider any third party recaps, so that would be a violation. Also, remember what I told you before, you cannot sit and handicap or otherwise recap the testimony as you go along. That would be a violation. Remember, you cannot consider this case properly until I tell you it is appropriate and I give you instructions on how you're supposed to begin and continue your deliberative process. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have anything else of me, what I will do is I will recess you all tomorrow morning, and we'll see you at 9 o'clock or thereabouts. Once you all get here, then we'll start somewhere around 9:30 and 9:45 with your with all of you accounted for. Okay. All right. Anything else of me? All right. If not, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay. All rise.